And we are live. Welcome aboard, everybody. How is everybody doing today? Hey, you've had a little bit of activity so far today? Not a ton going on yet. Fournette officially released. All right, we've got some subs to start out the day. We're not seeing anything official about Wagner to the Raiders. Devin Bush was technically last night, but yeah. Still waiting for the money on Wagner. Here's the thing, though. Jordan Brooks is already kind of that bigger guy, and we're going to get him back eventually. So I don't know. I'm not a big fan of bigger linebackers that can't move anymore. But not a terrible idea. How big is Denzel Perryman, by the way? Let's see here. Rush got 2 years, 6 million. Okay. Josh Lambo retired. Dang. Okay. Ticker's updated. Rick R, thank you for the 4.99 super chat. Thank you for getting the super chat started off today. Let me get you up on the board here. So, to my knowledge, nobody's come off the free agency tier list yet since last night. I didn't have Jaceki up. I didn't have Eluminor up. So, still got like 45 guys on my tier list available. Tier list, okay. That's just the top of it, by the way. There's still a lot of guys left on it that aren't on screen yet. I don't have a 3D printer yet. Why is Cotter in it still? We already got Evan Brown. Well, we gave Evan Brown such a small amount of money that I don't think it's impossible that we're viewing him as depth. So I'm going to leave him on the list for now. I think Deion Jones would be a good fit. I think he would be adequate, and that should be good enough. Akeem Hicks, he's on my list, yeah. We know the money on the Devin Bush contract yet? I still haven't seen anything. I guess we still don't know. That's weird. We did it, what, 10 hours ago. We still don't know how much money it's for. That's kind of a big deal. People are saying 4 million. Okay. That's not great, but I haven't seen anything from any of the official NFL Twitter accounts. I'm going to hold off on that for the moment. And 4 million, it's not terrible or nothing if it is 4 million, but that seems excessive to me. I thought it was going to be 3, so it's not a huge difference or anything. Yeah, Greedy Williams. What a bust. I remember him in the draft as well. Okay. I don't think. I mean, the thing is, sometimes teams restructure players quietly, but to my knowledge, we haven't yet. But honestly, the only guy we could really restructure is Lockett. Hmm. I don't want Fournette. Hmm. Yo, Ramos, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, extending Nwosu. We can do that. To me, that's the go-to move. Okay. So I'm trying to estimate here how much cap space we have left. So 17 and a half. 17 and a half minus Reed. So that might be like 15. Lock gets you down to 11. Bush probably gets you down to like 8. Then the cutoff means you're back up to about 10. Yeah, we need to do something here to clear up cap space, I think. Lockett, Nwosu, both. Still not seeing the 4 million number anywhere. Where are you guys seeing 4 million? No, I don't want Fournette. Fournette sucks. 1 year, 4 million. I keep seeing that. I'm looking for the people who are. Where are the sources here, guys? Give me some sources. I People keep saying 4 million, and then I haven't seen any like official source yet. Okay, David Ferones. Yeah, they're saying he says 4 million. Okay. I think so, Genio. If the Seahawks don't do anything all day, maybe I'll leave for a little bit to try to will something into existence. Could have escalators? Yeah, that's true. Why did Devin Bush used to hate Seahawks fans so much anyway? Like he wasn't even a college football player at that point. What the hell was his problem? I need to look more into Drew Sanders' kiosks Kissiok song. I want Kamara. I don't really want Kamara. He's on the verge of breaking down based off the number of carries he's had in his career. I'm pretty good with it, Michael. I'm pretty good with it. It's low risk, high reward for a guy who was extremely talented, extremely well thought of in the draft. Great measurables in terms of his like physical ability. I think there's a very good chance that he's just been battling back from the ACL injury the last 2 years. Matt Tobin, thank you for the $5. Brendan, thanks for all the quick updates. What happened to DJ Dallas? To my knowledge, nothing. He's still here. To my knowledge, DJ Dallas is still here and everything's the same that it was before. I believe anything has changed with DJ. The running back that I would like to pick up at this point, there aren't a lot of big names left, admittedly, but I like Dearness Johnson. Give me Dearness Johnson. Hello, Joe K. Do not yet know the numbers on Bush. Some people are saying 4 million. We don't know yet. Okay, Matt Tobin, I'm going to get you up on the leaderboard here. You now have the top super chat of the day. Thank you, Matt. My knowledge, Dearness Johnson did not sign with the Bears. If he did, somebody let me know so I can be disappointed because at that point there's really no good running back left. We need another linebacker, honestly. What we have is not enough. We kind of need two running backs, though. We need two running backs. Can we draft two? Julian Love is still out there. Gibson, the thing is, Gibbs is kind of similar to K9. They're both speed back. A little redundant. Scotty Mack, I don't want Frank Clark. He doesn't fit the 3-4. And also, he really hasn't been that good lately. He kind of hibernates until the playoffs, I think. And he doesn't play the run well. DJ Dallas is not a free agent. To my knowledge, no. On Rice, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. Off-season spreadsheet? Which one? What do you mean? The needs one? Yeah, I'm gonna make a video about that and probably post it tomorrow morning. I think Marlon Mack is shot. I like him a lot, but he's shot. Landon Roberts got signed by Pittsburgh. Mackenzie from Buffalo? Not really, unless it's super cheap. If you were to grade how Hawks are doing so far, what would you give them? B, B plus, something like that. This defensive line is still way too thin, even though we did get better. Our defensive line is better, but at this point, we need to either sign Ionitis or draft like to spend both of our first round picks on defensive linemen. If we're gonna actually be good there. And my frame rate's kind of low. I guess it doesn't really matter, but no, Gaines is still available. Oh, Aaron Curry. That's a random thing. So Tariq Woolen and Mike Jackson have both gotten bonuses because they played so well last year. I don't know if that comes out of our cap space or not, but if it does, that's another 1.5 million. Steven, I know. I am aware. We could bring back Shelby. I don't know if I believe that. Wagner's still on the table, but we need to create some cap space in all likelihood. Yeah, guys. Sorry if the frame rate's not great. Not that anybody would is likely to notice. John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 super chats. Better get some extra caffeine. I saw you at midnight last night. Yeah? I probably didn't sleep very much last night, but that's okay. By the way, welcome to the leaderboard, John Stillwell. You are now the top super chatter of the day. I'm not a big caffeine guy. I'm going to try to dig up some sugar. No, we're sticking with the 3-4 guys. We're sticking with the 3-4. Draymond Jones and Jaron Reed are both 3-4 linemen at this point. I'm pretty sure Draymond Jones has played in a 3-4 his whole career. Bush is only 24. He'll turn 25 in July. Scotty Mack, welcome to the membership team, and that gets us all the way to 130 members, I believe. A new high. We have never been to 130 before. Thank you, Scotty Mack. Welcome to the membership crew. Yeah, Bush has always played in a 3-4, and Jaron Reed played in a 3-4 last year. Yeah, Ethan, Devin Bush is 24 right now. He'll turn 25 in July. I become member. You click the join button down below, or you do exclamation point member in chat like that, and you look at the link that pops up. You click the link that Nightbot just posted, or click the link on the join button down below. I'm not a Leonard Fournette fan, Daniel. I don't think he's that good. Yeah, Hooker's completely off the table. I think the only quarterback we might take would be somebody really late, like DTR or Max Dugan or Stetson Bennett. Anybody we draft who's actually desirable would get scooped when we have to cut them because we get down to two quarterbacks. Okay, I'm being told that the bonuses to Jackson and Woolen has zero impact on the cap, so it doesn't really matter to us. Ronald Jones is kind of interesting, but I don't think he's like a power back. Locke is no guarantee to make the roster. I think he is, David. I would be very surprised if Locke didn't make the roster. We gave him $4 million. It's not like he's on a minimum contract. $54-man roster. I haven't heard anything about that. That would be cool. Matthew Clements, welcome to Membership Crew Basic. All right. Welcome aboard, Matthew Clements. That gets us to 131, a new high for the channel. How is Hooker on the table? If we drafted him and tried to get him on the practice squad, someone else would pick him up all day. Yes, Ewan Oliver, I will be playing Star Wars Jedi Survivor probably day one. I like DTR a lot, actually, Logan. He's very intriguing to me. DTR is somebody I would draft and hope to sneak on the practice squad, actually, in like the 7th round. Hooker will be on IR. Not according to what I've seen. According to what I've seen, Hooker's going to be healthy for day one. Yes, we signed Devin Bush. Thoughts on Bush? Low risk, high upside. Unlikely he gets back to form, but if he does, wow. Dude has a chance to be elite. So why not? Yeah, any quarterback we pick up would be somebody we try to stash on the practice squad, I'm sure. Well, David, here's the thing. His bad situation stemmed from the ACL tear that probably robbed a lot of his athleticism. Maybe it took him a long time to finally get back from that. Like, he's now 3 years removed from the ACL tear. Maybe he'll be something. And if not, it's a 1 year deal. I don't really want Kareem Hunt, but I guess you could take a shot at him. Room tour? No. There's nothing in here that's, like, interesting to anybody. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't like Dugan very much at all. To me, the play is DTR is a 7th rounder or UDFA that you stash on the practice squad and hope no one picks him up. Wagner said he wants a chance to win. That's why he wanted off the Rams, partially. If he goes to Vegas, then I kind of feel like he's saying, no, no, I want money. I don't think DTR is going to go day two. Yeah, I would be really surprised if he's okay going to a team that seems like doomed to not make the playoffs. Be very weird. Taker, thank you for the $2. I say draft a quarterback. Gino and Drew are not the future. Any quarterback you draft, you probably immediately lose because you have to release them, is the thing. You're only going to carry 2 quarterbacks. So you draft somebody, you then release them before camp, and somebody else picks them up. It just doesn't really make sense. I have not seen The Last of Us yet. I will be seeing it, though. I have played it a couple times. It's a great game, for sure. Yeah, that's because San Fran didn't have a big monetary investment in quarterback. Most teams carry 2 quarterbacks and then one on the practice squad. We need every roster spot we can get. San Fran wasn't paying any of their quarterbacks big money, so they could get away with that. Yeah, Mark, I haven't seen anything from you. You could try tipping, I guess, if it's not working today for some reason. Yeah, Jonah Williams requested a trade. I did see that. Thaddeus Sexton, thank you for the $1.99. Should we pick up Fournette? He just got released. I'm not a Fournette fan. I like the idea, I like the concept, but I don't think Fournette's all that. I don't. He kind of reminds me of like Eddie George, one of these running backs who like sucks, but everyone thinks he's good because he plays hard. What do you think about Penix Jr.? I like him. As a pro prospect, I like him. I'm not in love with him, but there's some really good quarterbacks in next year's class that I think are clearly better pro prospects than Penix. By the way, guys, we are almost to 12,600 subs. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. Yeah, tired Canadian, but there is something wrong with a player that sucks. Yeah, I'm going to make Huskies videos this year. Definitely. All right, we got like 370 people here right now, so I'm going to go ahead and do my spiel real quick. Thank you, everybody, for hanging out with me on this final day of Free Agency Frenzy Week. We have another approximately 7 hours to go before the end of this marathon week of streaming. Thank you again for hanging out with me for at least part of your day. We will be tracking all free agency moves across the league with a special focus on Seahawks moves. See what they do, see what they decide on, and hopefully filling out the roster a little bit. So, if you want to support, there are many ways you can do so. The easiest way to do so is to like the stream. We currently have 66 likes on almost 400 people in the stream. You can also subscribe. As you can see, we have a sub goal for the month of March of 13,000. We are about 400 away. Very doable. especially with the way things have been going lately with regards to all the things the Seahawks have been doing in terms of movement and signings, and now talking about the draft for the next couple of weeks here. You can also become a channel member for $2 or $5 a month by clicking the join button down below or doing exclamation point member in the chat and clicking the link that pops up. Members gain access to perks such as custom emojis in comments and chat, and custom badges in comments and chat. And also, they get shout outs at the beginning of videos and at the description of videos. And you can also donate via Super Chat and tips. To Super Chat, just click the dollar sign in the next to the chat window, and you can also tip by clicking the link at the top of the description or doing exclamation point tip in the chat. We don't really have any kind of a super chat goal or tip goal, just whatever I get is whatever I get. The bars are just there to kind of keep track of the numbers as they go along. And I think that's really about it. We have already hit our March member goal, by the way, so nothing further to say about that. We've already crushed the member goal. Let's go. Logan McSwain, welcome to the channel. Thank you for the sub. We can get Wagner if we want to. We just have to do a couple things probably to free up cap space, but that's fine. That's the stuff that every team in the league does constantly, so nothing to it. Mark Sanchez, thank you for the $5 super chat. Let's try this again. Brendan, with the way free agency is going in our signs, do you think we trade back no matter what? No, I don't. I don't think we trade back no matter what. If you're, Jalen Carter, talking about Jalen Carter, let's ignore the red flags with him for a second. We need defensive linemen still very badly. We have cut 2 defensive linemen and signed 2 defensive linemen so far. We have not really improved our depth. We've gotten a little bit better at the top, but emphasis on a little bit better. John Stillwell, thank you for the $10 super chat and the Nwosu GIF. Let's go. Do you like Trevor Simpson? I think you mean Trenton Simpson. He may be around at 20. I love Trenton Simpson. Trenton Simpson is one of my favorite players in this draft, and I believe he would immediately be a starting linebacker in this defense. Big fan of him. Nice combination of size and speed and cover ability and ability to blitz off the edge. Like he's to me pretty much the full package. You prefer Drew Sanders over Simpson now after watching the tape? I'll look into it. I know that Hawks Nest originally did not like him, and then he saw some Alabama tape, and then he really liked him. Yeah, weather's nice today, which is great news for me. It's very important to me that the weather is good. I don't know very much about Lonnie Johnson, Sean Hines. Sanders will be way better versus the run than Simpson. I mean, I don't get the impression that Simpson's going to be bad against the run. He's not that small. I mean, he's like 235, which is bigger than I thought. All right, no problem, John. Thanks for your support and thank you for turning out today. Bo Large Nuts, thank you for the 4.99. Hey Brendan, happy Friday. I've enjoyed this week's streams very much. Would Bobby be a good mentor for Devin Bush? Next year seems so unpredictable. I think that's one of the draws of signing Bobby. If you do so now, he gets to mentor Devin Bush. Bush needs stuff like that. I mean, Bush has a lot working against him in order to become a good NFL player again. He needs to have improved massively as a player from the injury. He needs to have recovered fully from that injury. He needs a mentor, probably. Like, I think that that's one of the draws of potentially signing Wagner. We haven't signed anybody yet this morning, David Chavez. We signed Bush last night. Do you realistically think Wagner is coming? I don't know anymore, man. I don't know. Look, we are probably trying to push the money. We are probably trying to get him for as cheap as possible. And I don't have a problem with that. Like, he's an older player. There's definitely some risk involved. There's definitely some risk involved with bringing back Wagner. He is older. Bo Largenuts, thank you for the $1.99. Did you see his tweets about the Seahawks in 2015? Yeah, I did, but he was like what? How old was he in 2015? He was like 17. Like, it's whatever. It's pretty funny. Guys, I got my sugar glider out last night or yesterday. I'm not doing it again today. Maybe later. We'll see. He's asleep right now, I think. Yeah, it's pretty funny. I don't really think anything of it. I don't want Zeke or Fournette. I want somebody with fresh legs like Dearness Johnson. If we're going to get a running back, give me somebody with some fresh legs, man. Top three free agents. Here's my tier lists. Yes, Music Kingdom. I would be fine with that. That is the one thing about Fournette that's interesting, admittedly. He's both a power back and a third down back, which is kind of rare. I just don't think he's that good. Granted, he wouldn't have to be great here, but I also feel like he's not going to. I look at Fournette and I'm like, is he going to sign for the vet men? Probably not. I don't know. Maybe he wants a ton of money that nobody's willing to pay. I don't know a ton about Mecole Hardman, Logan McSwain, but he certainly didn't produce a lot so far in his career, did he? Perryman can't stop the run at all, says Raiders fans. But he can cover. We need cover linebackers, man. We need to offset Jordan Brooks' complete inability to cover. Leonard Floyd is still out there, to my knowledge. I just don't know how much he's going to cost. Maybe Green Earth, but I don't think he's ready to retire. I don't think he's ready to retire. He had a good year last year. And, I always say this about athletes. When athletes retire, they still have like half their life in front of them. How would you rank Murphy, Wilson, and Carter? I guess I would, if we had to take one at five, probably Carter, Wilson, Murphy. Yes, Dorian, they can create cap space. Every team in the league can create cap space. They just have to be creative. Like we can create cap space right now. Like we could create probably about 12 million in additional cap space right now if we restructured Lockett and extended Nwosu. Mark Sanchez. Wow. We got a big one on the hook here, people. $40 super chat from Mark Sanchez. Brendan, I appreciate you streaming all week and putting in the effort to keep up with all the NFL movements. Well, thank you, Mark. And that puts you on the leaderboard all day. I'm probably going to be doing this every year for free agency week. We don't know what the Devin Bush contract is yet. It's rumored to be 4 million, but I haven't seen anything actually like concrete on that yet. We're still waiting. Yeah, we did extraordinarily well on the Evan Brown deal. Like to the people out there who are down on our free agency so far, that Evan Brown contract at the very least should make you feel a lot better. Like I know the Jaron Reed thing isn't great. I know that the Drew Lock thing people are mixed about it, but the Evan Brown thing is unequivocally amazing. I want to tip $60, but I have to steal my mom's credit card. I mean, that would give you something in common with like every single 12-year-old who plays Fortnite, right? Or mobile games. They all steal their mom's credit card, right? That's a thing. Speaking of which, maybe I should. I need to stream Fortnite soon. How long have I been running this channel? I've been consistently making videos since 2015. I don't like multiplayer, Tommy. I don't, but I want to play Fortnite on stream for the memes. Wait, guys. Something wrong with the stream? Can everybody see me? Can everybody hear me? Test, 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 test. Everything okay? Okay. Oh, okay. YouTube must have been messing up. YouTube said I was like bleeding viewers. I was down below like 200. Okay, never mind. There we go. That's weird. I don't know what the heck happened. I thought the stream died or something and everyone was leaving. Okay, we're good. Never mind. Yeah, we need to pick up running backs. We need probably like two. But we can get them in the draft. It is a good draft for running backs, right? It's actually a really good draft for running backs. Who are the signings we got this week? Draymond Jones, Jaron Reed, Drew Lock, Evan Brown, Devin Bush. 33, Luke. Oh. I think Julian Love's just going to cost too much money for somebody we don't have a pressing need for at the moment. Wide receiver 3 is either Eskridge or Derek Young. 33. Yeah, Cade could make the 53, and I would be okay with that. What are your thoughts on drafting Charbonnet? I like Charbonnet, just not very agile, admittedly, but he's just the kind of back that we need right now. Goodwin is still available. Second, guys, let me try to fix my frame rate here. Okay, I don't know why I care. It doesn't matter at all. I'm getting 20 frames still. It's fine. No, Wagner would definitely not be an outside linebacker slash edge. No way. That's not his skill set at all. He would come here to do what he's always done. Mm-hmm. Noah Sewell at 37. I'm not a Noah Sewell fan. I'm pretty done with Eskridge. I mean, there's so many obstacles to Eskridge becoming a valuable NFL player. I'm pretty out on him. I don't expect anything from Eskridge ever again. I mean, Wagner and Bruce Irvin play different positions, so that doesn't really have any bearing on anything. Yeah, and his family is probably doing very well, given the fact that he's already made millions of dollars in the NFL. His family is doing much better than they had any right to expect, so I'm not worried about it. Wasn't that impressed with To'o's combine. Not very fast, given the fact that he's small. In power, a lot of people are saying it's 1 year, 4 million, but I've heard no official confirmation. The 4 million numbers from one person who I've never seen before. So I'm still waiting for official word to come out on the value of that contract. And it might be 4 million with incentives too. Wait, what? I'm looking at Twitter right now. I don't see anything about Julian Love. Yeah, I don't see anything, guys. Where are you guys seeing that? Josina Anderson. Wow. Okay. So are we ditching Ryan Neal? Okay. Wow. Did not see that one coming, guys. He can play slot corner. Yeah, that's probably a big part of the appeal here. Okay. All right. I don't think this means Jamal is gone, guys. Ryan Neal might be gone, and we're looking at him as being a nickel corner. Okay. Okay. Wow. What a move. What's up, everybody? Good morning. We are here on the final day of Free Agency Frenzy Week, the final day of these marathon streams, and the Seahawks have kicked off the day with a pretty big move. And I would call this a fairly surprising move, even though we knew this player was in town for a visit. I just didn't see it happening. I didn't see how we would make the money work, but it sounds like we have. As of just a couple minutes ago, it has been announced by multiple sources, including Dove Kleeman and Josina Anderson, that the Seattle Seahawks are signing safety Julian Love, formerly of the New York Giants. I don't know how the money's going to work. I don't know exactly what the contract is yet. I know that it was expected that he was going to be due like $8 million a year contract. As of right now, I don't think we'd be able to make that work. So clearly, the team is doing other things as well. Whether it's trading a guy like a Fant, restructuring a guy like a Lockett, extending a guy like a Nwosu, whatever. Clearly, the team is scrapping hard to put together some cap space to get a signing like this down. So, Seahawks signed Julian Love. Couple different angles here. Couple different things about this guy. So, in the short term, Julian Love, he's going to be a good slot cornerback for the Seattle Seahawks. You put him in the slot, and I think he's much more natural to that than a guy like a Kobe Bryant. It takes away our need to acquire a slot corner in the draft, at least for 1 year, and it also gives us obvious overall secondary depth. Now, beyond that, obviously, I think the plan for the Seahawks right now is to move off of both starting safeties next year. Jamal Adams and Quandre Diggs. At least one of them, but I would say probably both. When that happens, odds are good that Julian Love will be there to replace one of them. Now, he's a free safety, to my knowledge. I expect him to be a free safety, so you're probably looking at him as being the long-term replacement for Quandre Diggs. This guy's relatively young. He's only been in. This is going to be his 5th year in the league. It's easy to imagine him as being like the replacement for Diggs and maybe Adams, depending on which way we decide to go next offseason. I don't think this means Jamal Adams is gone. I don't think this means that Diggs is gone. Diggs, his contract has already been mostly vested. I view Love as safety depth along with Ryan Neal and a nickel cornerback for the short term. And then next year we'll see who he ends up replacing long term at safety. But this is a great signing. I want to see the money, of course, but I would assume it's not huge because we can't afford huge. Julian Love had a good year last year. He didn't play particularly well during the 2 years the Giants had Joe Judge at their coach, but who did on the Giants, right? Like the Joe Judge era is like the dark ages. His rookie year, he played pretty good too. So I'll do some more looking into this guy specifically in the coming days. But Julian Love is a new Seattle Seahawk. New Seattle Seahawk. Some people in the chat are saying it's 2 years, $12 million. If that's the case, that's pretty strong, man. Um, that's pretty strong. That's a lot less per year than people were expecting. So it's sounding like 2 years, 12 million is the deal. Again, it's a shorter term deal, which I know some people aren't going to be a big fan of because you can't backload it the way you can with other contracts. But it is a short term deal for less money than expected. And now we have the opportunity to keep Julian Love around beyond this year to take over for probably Quandre Diggs. All right, slot corner is in town. Julian Love, welcome to Seattle. Okay. So we're not going to be able to backload the crap out of it the way some people would have liked if it's just a 2 year deal. But that is a pretty tight deal. I mean, we might still keep Neil around. That's possible, right? It's not a ton of money. Refresh the chat. Refresh the chat for what? Kobe will be depth, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with Kobe being depth. Julian's better than Neil. Yes. Julian Love, I definitely would have considered him to be a. Let me see here. I would have considered him to be either low tier 3 or high tier 4. He's been good, and he's young, and he fills multiple potential needs. But I don't know if I consider him to be like a high end starter. Might be a little bold to say that. Remember, guys, it might also be a thing where the first year is like 3.5 million, and then there's like 2 million dead next year if you release him or something. That's possible. And then there you have flexibility. All right. We've got action, people. Action Jackson. What is the cap at now? We need to know what these cap hits are first, Sean. I can't really answer that right now. There, honestly, the league is full of safeties who play nickel corner as well. Like Winfield Jr. does it. God, who else does it? I'm forgetting his name. Dang it, I'm forgetting his name. But there are like Brian Branch is going to play slot corner in the NFL when he gets there. Yeah, Mass, that could also be the case. Didn't Julian Love get cooked in the playoffs? He probably did. Everybody on the Giants got kicked in the playoffs. Yeah, Quandre was a nickel in Detroit. Okay, the way I sees it now, slot corner is no longer any kind of need. So I'm bumping it all the way over to the no need category. Boom, baby. I don't know. All right, I like it, people. And this proves that we have some money. Now, Bobby might be out the door now. I don't know. It's possible that Bobby's off the off the table. I don't know, but it's fine. Damn, man. Yeah. Julian Love has played free safety, box safety, outside corner, and slot corner in New York. So he's actually done it all. He's literally done it all in New York. He can play inside, outside, slot, box, free. Jonathan, thank you for the $2. Does this mean Kobe could be playing outside? I think he'll be depth on outside, and he's also depth in the slot in case something happens to Love. We're not going to put Jamal at linebacker, I don't think, guys. That would get him hurt even faster. Unless you like, unless you have like a personal problem with Jamal Adams and like want to see him die on the field, I don't think putting him at linebacker is a good idea. Kobe is a natural outside corner. Kobe is a natural outside corner, guys. Greg Bell says Seahawks are still interested in Bobby. Okay. I'm I mean, let's think here. Would Ryan Neal be a backup or well, yeah. I mean, he was going to be a backup anyway. So the way that I see it right now, the Seahawks only have like three massively pressing needs: nose tackle, defensive end, and linebacker. Everything else is manageable. I saw that tweet, Rick. I don't think he was reporting it. I think he was theorizing more than anything. We're okay at Garden Center. We're not great, but we're okay. Okay, so We need to see what the cap hit is for Julian Love before I judge in full this deal. Wu Tang Financial, thank you for the 4.99. You think they're waiting for the market to cool on Bobby and get a little restructuring done? You know, that's one thing that I think is being underrated here. There's a very good chance that Bobby Wagner won't sign until close to the draft, or maybe even after the draft, because he's waiting to see which teams are providing him the best opportunity to win. Like, he might wait until after the draft to make sure that he likes what Seattle does, and then he's like, okay, now I'll sign. Same for any other team he could sign for. Thaddeus Sexton, thank you for the 4.99. How much cap do you think we can get if we restructure Diggs, Lockett, and extend Nwosu? Well, Lockett restructure can save you about 5 to 6 million. Nwosu the same. So put those two together, you're looking at like maybe 11 million. I don't think we're going to restructure Diggs. If you did restructure Diggs, you could probably save a similar amount, but I don't think we're going to do that. Defensive tackle behind Carter in the draft right now is Cansey. Kalijah Cansey. How? Still want to get confirmation on how much money Devin Bush got, by the way. We need that information ASAP. Need that information yesterday. Hey, you know, I'm wondering, are we completely off on how the league perceives Ryan Neal? Maybe we just think Ryan Neal's way better than everybody else. I don't know. But it's weird that nobody's bidding on him. I would throw $3 million at Neal all day, but maybe these other teams just don't want to. I don't know. It's weird. I would have thought that somebody would have already taken a shot at him. Do we still have enough money for Greg Gaines? If we really want him, we can make it happen, yes. But that's always the case. If we really want Greg Gaines, we can get Greg Gaines. Probably sometime tomorrow. I'm not complaining, Birdie. Why do you think I'm complaining? Jeez. Probably sometime tomorrow, I'll do a deep dive into our salary cap situation and try to figure out exactly what we actually have in terms of functional cap space. But I'm not going to do it right now. It would take too much time, too much focus. But that is something I'm planning on doing soon. Do you think Kobe gets moved to the outside? I think he becomes like a depth player on the outside, yeah. But he has versatility now. If somebody gets hurt in the nickel, he can play nickel. Well, we need two more running backs. I know that. We could draft two, I guess. But you could get Dearness Johnson for vet men easily. Kobe was not terrible at nickel. He was serviceable. He was passable. He was not terrible. That's definitely not true. Remember, he's playing with no pass rush. You guys need to remember that our defensive backs are hampered significantly by the fact that our pass rush is not very good. That's what makes Woolen all the more amazing. Everybody should be out on OBJ. OBJ wants 20 million when he's worth like 2 million. No, I would not pick up Brooks's fifth-year option. Not even close. Absolutely not. You think Kancey can make it to 20? Not anymore. Not after the combine. OBJ should go to the Toronto Argonauts. You know, what if we got somebody like Ashawn Robinson for like $2 million? Maybe there's just no market for him. Maybe there will just be no money left for a guy like Ashawn Robinson. That's very possible. Max Shermet, thank you for the $5 super chat. Who's playing opposite of Woolen this year? Love? I think it's going to be Jackson. I think it's going to be Mike Jackson, and then Love is in the slot. That's what I expect. Unless Jamal's not healthy for the start of the season, and we just throw Love in at strong safety for a little bit. I don't think we I don't think we release Jamal Adams yet, guys. Unless he fails his physical in a few weeks here. No, Martinez, when you type like that, I imagine that you're a 70-year-old guy on a CRT monitor computer with an AARP sticker on it. I hope you realize that. We're not moving Jamal to linebacker. That's suicide. I think Bruce Irvin's going to retire. I don't know, David. I think we'll know a lot more in a few weeks when he gets that physical. Bruce Irvin is not under contract. No, I think he's going to just retire. Love's PFF grade last year was like 70. He was good. Good player. Very versatile, too, is the main thing. Hawks fan, I don't know what you're talking about, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, Woods got cut? See anything about Al Woods? Not yet. Joshua Photographs. Thank you for the $9.99. Thanks for taking the time to do what you do. Well, thank you for supporting it, Joshua. Appreciate that. Nwosu Jif. Let's go. What corner would we draft at 20? I don't know if there's a corner that makes sense there unless Joey Porter falls. Well, Derek, you could also do stuff like you could extend Fant. I don't think we would, but you could. If you're John Schneider, which needs are you addressing in rounds 1 and 2? Defensive end, linebacker. Is there a reason the tips and super chats always end in 99 cents instead of doing a whole dollar? On mobile, apparently you have to. I don't know why, but on mobile, it always has to be like $1.99, $4.99, $9.99, $19.99. Mobile forces you to do $0.99. I actually didn't know that until pretty recently. I don't know why. You think we cut Al Woods? I think we should. If we keep him, he should only be playing like 15 snaps a game. Yeah, Quentin. Yeah, Quentin Jefferson got cut a couple days ago, so I'm hoping Al Woods gets released. Honestly, I think he should retire. His body's all messed up. He's been playing way too long. We could cut Jamal, yeah, but I still don't think we will. Do you expect Seattle to make any bigger moves today? Not really. I'm starting to think Wagner's just going to sit in free agency for a while. Nolan R. Vance, thank you for the $10. Is Love and Ugo / Coleman type? How much cap is left without working contracts? Thanks for your hard work, Mobile. Here, let's test the 99 cent. Huh. So you were able to do $10 from Mobile. Interesting. I don't know. Love, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily compare him to Ugo or Coleman because he's a safety / slot corner. Like Ugo and Coleman were just kind of purified slot corners, right? Love is a safety who can also play slot like Winfield Jr. and Diggs used to do. Um, yeah, we're not drafting Bijan because Bijan's not going to be there at our pick. Let's see here. Yeah, Julian Love is 5'11". That's about the right size for a nickel. His 40 time was only 4.54 seconds, which is not great. But he had a really nice 20-yard shuttle, which might be more important. We're not going to draft a QB early, Cash. There's no way. If we did, we'd probably have to immediately like release them and hope no one picks them up, which is not going to happen. It could happen. I think it depends on his physical in a couple weeks here. Remember, we don't have to make these decisions until the draft. No problem, Derek. That's fine. Don't worry about it. We don't have to clear up the money for the draft picks until after the draft. So we could just sit on it until the draft. Like, there would be nothing wrong with that. Oh, man. Oh. By the way, 552 people in the stream right now, so that is... We are peaking, which makes sense since we just made a move. Pretty big move, too, but welcome, everybody. Thank you for hanging out with me today. D-end and guard with our firsts. I don't want to guard in the first. I'd rather go D-end, D-end, or D-end linebacker. Maybe even D-end nose tackle if it's Mozzie Smith, because I really like him. Leasing Al Woods frees up like what, 3.5? Thank you, Joshua. I appreciate that, Joshua. I've seen Giants fans say he's more of a Cam Chancellor than an Earl Thomas. I mean, next year we're probably going to need both, right? Because next year I think Diggs and Adams are both gone. Your thoughts on McBride? I haven't looked at him a lot. You're talking about the running back from UAB, right? LJ's a free agent. We don't have to do anything. He's just gonzo bonzo. I think Mozzie Smith at 37 is like a dream come true. That's one of my favorite picks we could make. Derek H, thank you for the $5. Thanks for all the great content all week. What are your expectations for Geno this year? Honestly, I would expect him to be a little bit better because I think the offensive line's going to be better. And I think the defense, I mean, the defense has to be better because it was so bad last year, right? So that should help. Having a defense that can occasionally get stops is going to help him a lot. Favorite LOB member, at this point, it's Cam. It used to be Earl, but then Earl went off the deep end. I used to really, really like Earl, but then he went crazy. No, Adams, cutting Adams next year would not be that expensive. No. In fact, let me take a look here. Jamal Adams Spotrack. Let me pull up his contract. If we release Jamal Adams next year, we would save 9.4 million in cap space. If we do post June 1st next year, we save 16 and a half. So that would be pretty fat. Bijan is not getting past 15, I don't think. There's no way. I think the realistic solution here is that we just wait and see how the physical turns out for Adams in a couple weeks, and then we make a decision. Like that, yeah. Ugh. 2 years, 12 for Love. 2 years, 12. Wow, Poirier got not much money. Do failed physicals change the financials? I don't think so, but they could. I don't think they do, though. Puna's gone, guys. Puna's a free agent. We don't have to release Puna. He's already out. I think Isaiah McKenzie's going to cost a little too much, but maybe. Well, if that's the case, we can't release Jamal Adams no matter what, because if he would fail a physical in a few weeks, he would definitely fail it now, right? Roy Froelich, thank you for the $10 Canadian. Trade Fant, draft Kuntz. I would be okay with trading Fant. Kuntz is an option. I think if you're going to trade Fant, you should get Darnell Washington instead. But yeah, we can trade Fant to save money and draft like Kuntz like tight end. Here's the problem. The problem with that would be if you trade Fant and draft Kuntz. Kuntz is a project. So you're looking at starting next year with Disley as your number one tight end. Number two is Colby. Number three would be Kuntz. That's pretty weak, especially with Disley coming off an injury. I think Bush is going to be the starter either way, Derek. As of right now, I think Bush starts. If we draft somebody high profile, that may change. My most viewed video on my channel was the Wilson video I made last year in like October. Like, as of this very moment, our starting linebackers would be Devin Bush and John Radigan. So even if you sign Wagner to replace Radigan, you're still starting Bush. Yeah, Ethan, I think that Colby moves to the outside. Or, well, Colby's going to be generalized depth, right? He'll be a backup nickel and a backup outside corner kind of at the same time, right? You know, I figure that's pretty good. Freak Island, thank you for the $1.99 super chat. What was your favorite watch along stream? Honestly, the Rams Broncos one last year was a lot of fun. I gotta be honest. People were like so happy. So I'm looking at our current roster as it stands. I've got 49 players out of 53 slots, so we have four more slots we need to fill. And of the players of that 49, six players have no business being on our active roster to start the season, and four can go either way. So there are going to be some savings when you get move on from those players. I mean, we do need a little bit of depth at outside corner, but man, Shaq Griffin would be so boring. Like right now, our outside corner situation is Woolen and Jackson with Trey Brown and Kobe Bryant behind them, and then nothing. And Kobe Bryant might end up backing up in the slot anyway. No, I don't think we signed Zeke. Well, technically, Bush was yesterday, Lear end. I could put him up there, but you know, rate each of our free agent moves so far. Draymond Jones, A minus. Jaron Reed, C minus. Uh, Evan Brown, A plus. Drew Lock, B minus. Devin Bush, B. Julian Love, A minus, something like that. I don't know why people hate on Mike Jackson so much. Mike Jackson played well last year. His coverage numbers were great, and that was with Tariq Woolen on the other side and with a pretty weak pass rush. Some people are saying Devin Bush is 1 year, 4 million, but I haven't seen it official from anybody. I've seen it from one person who I'd never heard of before today. Apparently, Devin Bush Sr. is an XFL defensive back coach. Is that true? Yeah, I think Jackson's nice. I don't know if he's great or anything, but I think he's definitely a good corner. Kobe's grade last year was okay. It was like 57, 58. It was like passable. He started out terribly and then got better as the season went on. You take Metcalf on your basketball team? I mean, that's He's got some ability there, don't he? And yeah, don't forget about Trey Brown. Don't forget about Trey. New Seahawks defensive lineman Draymond Jones told Seattle Sports that there was too much unnecessary drama in Denver last year, and football didn't seem as important as it needed to be. I think we all know what he's talking about there. I used to play a lot of basketball. Yeah, Gino's contract is a miracle. A plus easily. Like I think some people do not understand how amazing that contract is. I'm 5'10". Safety is not a real need, Ryan, but Love plays nickel corner. That's probably what he's going to do here this first year. He's going to play nickel cornerback. Tariq Island, thank you for the $1.99. Draymond Jones liked a bunch of anti-rust treats. Really? Was it when he was a Bronco, or was it after he left the Broncos? I would be surprised if it happened when he was still there. Oh, okay. Where would Ryan Neal play now with Julian Love? Well, I think Ryan Neal's going to be a backup safety, and Julian Love's going to be the starting nickel. Abram is a free agent. Yeah, I don't know, Aaron. I mean, the Geno deal is so good, it's hard for me to say we need to move off him anytime soon. Least favorite sport? Curling? I don't know. Hand power. Reed is not big enough to be a nose tackle. What do I do for lunch today? I don't know. A tired Canadian, I'm not anti-Russ. I'm just stating facts. I mean, last year went really, really badly. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with acknowledging that, pointing that out, and talking about it. Yeah, Greg Gaines and Ashawn Robinson, Trenty. I don't think I'm doing DoorDash today. Well, yesterday for dinner, I had some really good Mongolian beef. I don't think I should have it again today, though. That's too much beef, right? That's bad for you. Like, you don't want to be having all that beef all in multiple days in a row. I should probably just make a sandwich or something. I've never had Hawaiian barbecue, no. Yeah, I don't know what we do at 5 right now. I think it's all on the table. I don't think Jalen Carter's off the board for us yet, but it's obviously there are some concerns there for sure. I do not own birds, no. Been a long time since I've owned birds. Long, long time. Would Carter be big enough for nose tackle? Right now he would be, but that's not really what he's meant to do. Maybe I'll get him up later. I'm not going to do it right now, though. Who do I have more confidence in right now to become a Pro Bowl tackle, Abe or Cross? Probably Abe. There's less competition at the right tackle spot. What do you think of Nolan Smith at 20 if he's there? I think I'd be down with that. I like him. He's nice. What are you talking about, Richard Thompson? We're doing a ton of stuff this morning. The Julian Love signing is kind of a big deal. Mhm. I think it does, Ryan. I think Julian Love probably plays nickel, and I think Brian ends up being a depth piece for a little while until somebody gets hurt, which, hey, you need depth. You need good depth. So it's not a bad thing at all. Mm. I think Goodwin at this point might be vet min. So, yes. Nothing else besides Love today. Don't buy the JMS at 20 rumors. I think they're blowing smoke, just like they did last year. They blew a lot of smoke last year. Okay, guys, I think I'm going to go get lunch. I shouldn't be gone very long. But I don't think we're going to make a move immediately after the Julian Love signing. So I'm going to go ahead and step away for a little bit here. We actually did something when I was live on camera. So I'll be back in a little bit here. I'm probably just going to go make a sandwich. So it won't take that long. Why do you guys want me to stay? Like, you guys realize if I don't leave now, I'm going to leave later. I mean, like, I have to get food one way or the other. You guys understand that, right? People are being weird. All right, I'll be right back. Okay, we are back. Okay. Donald Parham back in LAC. Is Diggs getting married? Hmm. Okay. Ah. If we wanted to, Chrissy, I don't know, but if we want to, we can. We're not trading Jamal Adams. No, can't be done. Sean Hines, try refreshing. You're the only one who I see saying anything about it, so it might be on your end. I think Love right now is going to be a replacement slot corner. And next year he might replace Quandre more than Jamal, but who knows? Hmm. The Jets aren't good, Stoyan. They haven't had a good season yet. We did sign him. Theoretically, like 8 million or something, Steven. And can Aaron Rodgers just tell the Packers to get fisted already? That they're not going to get big compensation on a trade? Like, they're not. Deal with it. Yeah, I think it's good. Rumpelstiltskin. You could argue it would have been better to give him a longer term deal that could be backloaded more, but who knows? The one thing that kind of one of the reasons why I'm kind of happy that the free agency frenzy week is about to be over. I really want to listen to the Dark Side Phil podcast he did with the side scrollers. I really want to see what he said. What kind of don't know what it'd take for you to do the truffle shuffle? I don't even know what it is. I don't. I've never seen the Goonies. I think he's here until his contract is up. Yes, Joshua. I mean, Josh. They are. Hold on, guys. I think I hear somebody knocking. Give me a second. False alarm. Not seeing anything new. Everything's still chill. PD Hooligan, thank you for the $5. So refreshing to see and hear that Seattle is actually keeping these free agents from leaving and actually signing them. It does feel a little different. It's still not amazing, but it does feel different this free agency period, don't it? Does feel a little bit stronger. Come on. Come on, league. Do something. kind of weird that nobody's signing Ionitis, I think. I'm surprised. He's somebody who I thought was going to go relatively quickly. I haven't seen very much of Dorian Williams yet. I have a feeling Bobby's not going to sign for a while. Like, it could be weeks. He might not sign till after the draft. Like, what hurry is he in? You might want to see who actually looks like a contender. Like, think about it like this. Last year, Bobby got completely screwed. He wanted to sign with a contender, so he signed with the defending Super Bowl champs, and they ended up being like the worst team, one of the worst teams in the league. He doesn't want that to happen again. Maybe he wants to wait till after the draft to see who actually looks good. Pumps his own gas. Where does our signings rank in your tier list? What do you mean, fatty mother? Half daddy, it's kind of weird. I feel like if that was going to happen, it would have already happened. You know? Oh, well, I mean, I've deleted most of that tier list at this point because guys got signed. You'd have to go back and watch the original video. Some of these guys were not even listed. Like, I didn't know Julian Love was playing nickel corner at New York, so I didn't even have him listed. If I knew that, I probably would have. But I also would have said he's probably going to be way too expensive, and that's not the case. Stylist, it's looking okay. It's not amazing, but it's going pretty well. I'm happy. Sound is not cutting out on my end, Nate. I'm not showing any problems with the sound on my end. Refresh. Guys, refresh. Yeah, Brody, a few times. Yeah, we're not drafting a QB at 5, Herman. There's no way. We can't carry 3 quarterbacks. Yes, I have a noise canceller program, guys. That might be what you guys are thinking it is. And it's not completely perfect, but it does help a lot with the quality of the audio, so it's worth having. We haven't carried three quarterbacks in a very long time, guys. That's not likely. Most teams don't do it. And there's no point for us to do it. No, Reed contract is still a mystery, which is really annoying. Yeah, empowered, but we don't know the cap hits and we don't know the incentives. Some of the contract is incentives. We know that. Yeah, it seems like Love is a very well-rounded, versatile player. That seems to be the main appeal of him. Kyler, uh, I don't know, 78. 78, sure. We're not drafting Bryce Young. Not even worth talking about. Doesn't matter. We're not drafting a quarterback. Even if you like Bryce Love, which I personally don't, but even if you do, we're not drafting a quarterback. We don't have room on the roster. You guys are being goofy. Come on, guys. When was the last time the Seahawks went into week one with three quarterbacks on the roster? Jets signed guard Tristan Colin. Hmm. Not familiar in the slightest. I think Bobby could be on the table, but it all just depends on how badly we want it. Plummer, I think any linebacker is on the table. I think any linebacker is out there. Yeah, Julian Love's nice, man. I think Julian Love's a good player. He was projected to get over $8 million a year in free agency. We got him for 6, so that's pretty good. Matty Ice, I don't want Zeke unless it's like vet min. Frank Clark, I don't want for any price. Clowney, I would like. Clowney would be nice. Because it happened yesterday, Half Daddy.
Open to 10.
Honestly, Clowney should be cheap, like 4 million a year. He didn't do that much last year. But I've always liked Clowney. Well, the Garoppolo signing is now officially official. Yeah, Michael, but once he's off the PUP, what do you do then? You can't put him on the practice squad, he'll get scooped. The only thing you could do is put him on IR for the whole year, and I don't even know how that works. I imagine there's some limit to abusing that system, or else everybody would just do it all the time. Bob Condota, my understanding is that the Julian Love signing has nothing to do with the Seahawks wanting to move on from Jamal Adams. I mean, we tendered Neil. It's just kind of the same thing, Vudu. Yeah, Jamal playing a little bit of linebacker might work, but moving him to linebacker full time would be terrible. But playing him a little bit of linebacker, I mean, we were kind of doing that before anyway, so. Eric Smith wasn't a second rounder. Wasn't he a fifth rounder? I mean, Michael, I don't think we've ever carried three quarterbacks going into the season under Carroll. I don't think that's something we would do. Isn't Love young? By the way, isn't Drew Lock like younger than Hendon Hooker? It's very close, isn't it? Like, Drew is a little bit older. Okay. Yes, but that doesn't seem to be the way we ever do anything. I think the only contract to restructure is Lockett. Tariq Island, thank you for the 4.99. Peep, John P. Gilbert, NFL. Love and Coleman have identical measurements in combine tests. This means he's a nickel for sure. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was expecting, but yeah. Lines up. Lines up. I mean, he did it in New York, right? It would be weird if he didn't do it here. Trevor, we can still afford Bobby if we want to. It's just a matter of want to. All right, guys, I need to use the facilities. I'll be back in a few minutes, and we will continue on with more NFL free agency frenzy. Be back shortly. Okay, I'm back. Nothing new. Everything as expected. Okay, I've received a $2 anonymous tip from Anonymous. Yeah. Does getting Love rule out drafting Skinner in the second or third? I think so. We were never going to draft Skinner anyway. We were never going to draft Skinner because he doesn't fit this defense. And I also got a $12 tip from Evan Berg. Go Hawks. Sounds good to me, man. All right, I think that gets us caught up on the donos. Thank you for the tips, everybody. We're not getting rid of Adams, I don't think. I don't think this changes anything. Jamal's going to play a little bit at linebacker, but he's not moving to linebacker. Yeah, I'm interested in Clowney. I like Clowney. I don't get the Clark thing. I have no interest in Clark. He doesn't fit this defense at all. Clowney fits this defense all day. And for life, we probably have to. Why would Lockett retire? Okay, crazy Ova. What's your point? No, I don't smoke. Honestly, trying to calculate our currently remaining cap space is difficult. I'm not even going to try it right now. I might do it tomorrow or something. He's asleep right now. Hold on. Let me go look. Yeah, he's asleep. I wonder how much Mackenzie would cost. I'll throw him up on the board just so we have a full ticker. Because the ticker is moving hella slow today. We are 3 hours in, and we barely didn't even have a full ticker of updates. Not much about Damian Harris. I'm not against it though. Vance money alone would cover Bobby. Honestly, the restructure of Lockett would probably cover Bobby for the first year easily. Uh, I am wearing the Sea Dragon shirt or the Dragon shirt today though, because the Dragons won last night in one of the ugliest games ever. But their defense is dominant, man. The Dragons have a great defense. That game was so dumb though. Chicken, 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 chicken. I am wearing green. It's just, you see, look, you see how you can see through the dragons part? You can actually see behind me. That's because it's green and I'm using a green screen. So I actually am wearing quite a bit of green. You just can't see it because I utilize a green screen. I would love to, DD. He's one of my favorites remaining. What's on Yannick Ngakwe? Terrible against the run. Virtually unplayable just because he's that bad against the run. I guess I'd rather have him than Frank Clark, though. Mm-hmm. I'd take Wilson in the 5th round. John Clayton did not live to see Russell Wilson throw up all over his feet. That's too bad because he basically staked his journalistic credibility on Wilson never getting traded. And then when he did get traded, basically said the Seahawks are the dumbest team ever for doing this. And he didn't get to live to see Wilson completely go to pieces. Hmm. I never really thought about that. And this on our team, he would be an outside linebacker. He's an edge rusher. In a 4-3, he would be defensive end. Wherever he goes, he's an edge rusher for sure. John Stillwell, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really like the Love signing. We're hurting at safety, especially if we lose Neal. Well, the thing to remember about Love is he can play inside corner, he can play slot corner, outside corner, box safety, free safety. He's kind of done it all, and he's done it all at fairly good levels. It's not like he can do it the same way Ethan Posta can play center or guard, excuse me. No, he can actually play all defensive back positions pretty well. Hey, Donnie. Well, if the team gets sold by Jody Allen in a couple years, which I expect to happen, that's going to be tough. The new owner is going to come in and want to hire his own coach, not inherit the old one. That's usually how it goes. I don't think Ryan Neal's out. He's really cheap, remember. For the moment, he's very cheap. I think there's a good possibility that after this season you move off of Jamal Adams and Diggs, and then your safeties in 2024 are Ryan Neal and Julian Love. I think that's pretty OP. I'm not against that at all. We might do something, but nothing hugely significant. My current guess, guys, is that Wagner stays in free agency for a while, maybe even after the draft. Maybe he doesn't sign until after the draft when he makes sure everything looks good before he um signs. Nothing new, Rick. Nothing new about the Bush contract yet. I think Ryan Neal's really good, but it seems like the rest of the league disagrees. Why I think Ryan Neal is good? His coverage metrics were really solid. He was a great tackler. I mean, honestly, he filled in for Jamal Adams, and he wasn't as good as Jamal can possibly be, but he was really good. We might sign Leonard Floyd, but I don't think there's any way we sign Clark. He doesn't fit in this defense. Ryan Neal's cover metrics were pretty off the charts, I thought. JS live on Seattle Sports. I thought he was live yesterday. Is he doing it 2 days in a row? I don't know, Ethan. That's a good question. I feel like if Bezos was in, he would have already fired Pete and John because he would want his own guys. That's usually how it works. It feels like Jerry Jones bought the Cowboys and then pretty quickly fired Tom Landry, right? The most legendary coaches of all time, and Jerry Jones was just like beat it. I don't think Ryan Neal can play slot. I think he's a dime corner and a safety. Yeah, the tier list has not changed, guys. Here's the tier list. It hasn't changed in a while. There's been very little overall activity today. So, really been not a whole lot of movement here. Yes, we signed Devin Bush. We just don't know how much money yet. I don't know when the deadline is for tenders for restricted free agent crap. I don't know. I doubt Treadwell comes back. He didn't do that much. I think Draymond Jones is going to have a big impact. You might be right, AA. Maybe. We can play Adams at weak side linebacker a little bit, but not that much. We're not going to move him there. That would be suicidal. I think extending Nwosu could open up like 5 million, maybe 6, and Lockett restructure would do the similar. So you do that, you can pay for like Gaines and Wagner. Well, Devin Bush was fine until he tore his ACL, and he hasn't been the same since. Maybe he needed a couple years to physically recover. Who knows? Thank you, Stephen Tipton. I appreciate the support. I appreciate the kind words. We're not releasing Diggs. Diggs's contract is already vested, guys. If we release Diggs, we don't really save any money. The Jets have signed punter Thomas Morstead. Let's go. You should take a break. You were working too hard. It's fine, John. Don't worry about it. It's been dead for a while now, so honestly, I'm kind of anticipating some stuff is about to go down. Besides, John, today's the last day. Today's the last day I'm doing this. So, in a little more than like 4 hours, I'll be done. And after dinner, I might just go to bed. I don't know. Yeah, motive. We've been talking about the Julian Love thing, and I think overall people are pretty on board with it. Favorite pick at 20? Maybe Brian Breesy. Yeah, John, but remember, John Stillwell, it's a credit card with no interest. There's no interest accrual. It's just boom, go. If you had a credit card with no interest on it, you would probably use it a lot. I know I would. There's no reason not to. Right now, it looks like Phil Haynes will start at right guard, and I'm not crazy about it. What I will say, though, you can get away with having a not so great right guard pretty easily in the NFL as long as you're strong at the other positions. And it looks like we will be. Wait, Lion Garcia, are you not a Lions fan? I think that Osiris Torrance or Steve Avila would start at right guard day one. Now, I'm not a big fan of either of those guys, but if we got them, they would. Oh, okay. Damian Lewis was really good last year. I don't want to shortchange him. I thought he played really well last year. If he wants to stay at left guard, that's fine. But besides, this is the last year of his deal. After this year, he might just be Gonzo, and then we can find a more purified left guard. No problem, John. Thank you. Oh yeah, I remember. What didn't wasn't Skate 3 the game that everyone really loved? Stephen Tipton, thank you for the $5 super sticker. Appreciate the support, Stephen Tipton. And with that, we are now just like $1.75 away from 200 total dollars combined on this stream. And we're like not even halfway done with the day. So thank you everybody for the support. It is deeply appreciated. It's been one heck of a week. What are your thoughts on the Rodgers situation? Do you like him on the Jets? I don't think Rodgers is all that anymore, man. He doesn't get the revs on that ball the way he used to. I'm not a big believer in that panning out. I mean, maybe the Jets will be better. Of course, they'll be better than they were with Zach Wilson, but I don't see the reason behind giving up a ton of stuff for him. Staniel, thank you for the $2 super sticker, GLHF. I remember that from the StarCraft days. You're playing the original StarCraft. Empower, thank you for the $5. Appreciate the hard work, Brendan. Keep it up, bro. Oh, I will. Even after this week is over, we're still making videos. We are still going to be making videos even after this is all over. Do you like the Bush signing? I like it a little less if it actually is $4 million, but if it's $3 million or less, I'm completely on board with it. Even at $4 million, it's okay. I would not trade for Matt Carroll. No, I don't like him. Matt Carroll reminds me of like Johnny Manziel. I will be live streaming the entire draft. Yes, John Freeman. Uh, is John Freeman your actual name, by the way? Because there's this famous fan fiction on the internet. It's called Half-Life Full Life Consequences, which stars the made-up brother of Gordon Freeman named John Freeman. And I just remembered that now. That's pretty funny. That's pretty good. I can still do like a reading of a pretty good chunk of that fan fiction because I've read it so many times. No, we're not going to get Hooker. Not now. Our QB depth chart is full. What are your other interests besides football and video games? Hmm. Poker, basketball, dogs. Daniel, do you really think we would do Drew Lock like that? We're going to sign him to a contract and then cut him for cheap after all the teams have already filled out their QB depth charts and just leave him hanging out there with nobody being able to sign him? You think we'd do that? We're the team that gave Chris Carson money mostly so he would get compensated for his rookie contributions. You really think we would? No, not a chance. We would never do that. I'm trying to galaxy brain everything, guys. Know of any incoming visits? Lonnie Johnson, I guess. We're not negative in cap, and if we are, it doesn't really matter. We're literally forced to get under the cap anyway, so one way or the other, we will get there. I mean, remember, the amount of money we have to invest in our draft picks changes if we trade picks. So if we trade down in the first round and acquire first round picks next year, things change pretty significantly. Hello, Daniel Barry, Sports Highlights. I'm not sure exactly what the time limit is, John Freeman. John Freeman, who was Gordon Freeman's brother, was in office typing on a computer. He got an email from his brother that said that monsters and aliens were attacking his place, and he asked him for help, so he went. And after all these years, I can still remember all that. Oh boy. No, Didi, I do not have aspirations to become an NFL GM, not even close. No. You know how many hours those guys probably work? Their lives are probably miserable. Probably goaded. Oh, and by the way, I spaced on this. Evan Berg, welcome to the top tip listing. Yeah, Henry Mars, that's at least a possibility. I don't know. I like Tyree Wilson a lot. I'd like to trade down a little bit first. The main available running back, Jeffrey Mulliken, I think, would be Dearness Johnson. Dearness Johnson, Vetman, let's go. How far down would you trade down to get Wilson to like maybe 8 or 9? I like him, but I think you could trade down a little bit and get him. I don't know, guys. I think we're going to take the chance on Jalen Carter. I really do. I'm starting to think that way. And I don't love it, but I don't hate it either. Oh, Zeke has been washed for a little bit here, if we're being honest. I can't be. I wouldn't be upset about it. I would just be very, very concerned because I understand the risk, and I think the risk is, everything you do in the NFL is a risk. Everything you do in the draft and the top five is a risk, with very rare exceptions. But that's a different kind of risk, man. Still annoyed that my frame rate is capping at like 22. It should be 30. I know you guys can probably not really tell, but it is really obnoxious for me. DJ Chark, for the right price, sure. I think he's going to want too much, though. Wait, is Lance Reddick the guy who played Sharon in John Wick? And wasn't he the guy in the light bulb commercials? Oh, okay. I do know him. Wow, that sucks. He wasn't that old, was he? Yeah, 60. That's not that old. That's too bad. At first, I thought it was like a football player. Wow, that's too bad. I remember him from the light bulb commercials that he did. That was a while back, but he used to do these light bulb commercials. Yeah, I like Mike Jackson more than most people, I think, but Kobe, I think we need to do better than Kobe at nickel. Chacaron, 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 chacaron. Which second year guy do you think takes the biggest leap for us? Probably Mafe. I love Mafe, and I think he'll benefit tremendously from experience. Sidney Jones in free agency. I mean, I guess for depth, but he'd have to be coming really cheap. And I think Sidney Jones is a decent player, enough to earn some playing time, but maybe not. Ooh. DK probably won't have his best year next year. That's unlikely, not with the way our offense is run. Yeah, I like Trey Brown still, Tyler. He probably needed the year to come back from the injury. That was a big injury he had. I think the time away from that injury is going to help tremendously. Sidney Jones, you mean Byron Jones? Byron Jones has admitted he can't jump anymore. Like he basically can barely move. Devin Bush was signed last night, so I'm not putting him on the tracker. I could, but we still don't know what the money is anyway. Actually, we don't know the money on a lot of deals today. What is going on? We need deets. The Dolphins signed Jake Bailey, Patriots punter. Some of them are Barry, and some of them definitely are. Like the Julian Love thing, the Evan Brown deal's pretty amazing. Dark Swampert, I think we do something, but it's going to be small and largely insignificant. Yeah, New England did well in the Jaceki contract, I think. Where do you see Julius Brents falling? I think he'll be late second, early third. I do like him a lot. I don't know if I'd spend that pick on him, though. Hope Sean Payton benches Russell halfway through the season. He might. Man, for Russell to actually still be bad this year, he would have to be like Nathan Peterman tier. He got Sean Payton. He's gotten this new revamped offensive line. He's, getting a little bit new on the offense in terms of skill position players. Like he's getting Javante back, and they got P. Ryan back. Like if Wilson doesn't play well this year, then he's legitimately like Nathan Peterman tier. Like he's not even a top 100 quarterback. Not really, Captain Rex. I'm getting the sense Wagner's just going to float in free agency for a while. Maybe the odds are going down, but I'm not really thinking about that right now. That can change so quickly. It's almost like who cares? Is Bush better than Barton? He can be. He definitely can be. I don't know if he will be, but he probably was even last year, honestly. You got to give him a year to get acclimated to new offense? No, you don't give him a year. Better take a lot less than a year. You pay him all that money, you spend all that stuff to bring him in. You're not letting him throw 2 years away. Yeah, Barton was playing okay by the end of the year, but then he played miserably in the playoffs, and overall, he's just a very limited player. Yeah, that's a good point. Who's going to do play calling this year? Is it going to be Julian Love? That's kind of interesting. Give him a year, they mean you don't fire him immediately if things go sideways. Things have already been sideways, is the thing. Things were sideways this whole season. If things are sideways again next year, I do think that's it. Bush was trash in 2021. In 2022, he was better, but still not good. Yeah, exactly. Stafford went from the Lions to the Rams and immediately won a Super Bowl. All right, guys. I think I'm going to be taking a break for a while. Nothing's happening league wide. The Seahawks have already made a pretty decent move today. So I'm going to step away for a bit. If things start popping, I'll hop back on. I'll keep an eye on the action. But I don't think there's much of a point in me uh, sitting here at the moment. So I'm going to step away. I won't be gone as long as I was yesterday. I know that. I won't be gone for as long as I was yesterday. But I'm going to be gone for a little bit here at least. If Wilson doesn't play well, it might go down as the best worst trade in NFL history. I mean, I kind of feel like it already is. But if Wilson has a monster bounce back year, then I guess the formula changes some. But I always point this out to people. If we had kept Wilson last year and he had played even anywhere close to as bad as he had played in 2022 for the Broncos, and he had played anywhere near that bad with us, we would have like traded him for a fourth round pick. We would have just like got traded him just to trade him. Like, get out of here. We would have cut him and gotten nothing, maybe. So at this point, it doesn't really matter to me if he does figure it out. Like, if he does figure it out now, it's like that would have been too late for us. We don't lack a center. Evan Brown is a center, a starting caliber center. Significantly better than what we had last year starting. Come make it. Like, could you imagine? Like, think about how mad most people were at Wilson after 2021, a year where he didn't play that well. Imagine if he played as bad as he did in Denver last year in Seattle. Is there any way to share the needs chart? I'm going to make a video with it probably tomorrow. So I'll be sharing it in a video tomorrow. Red Ace, John Schneider already said that Evan Brown is a center. Okay, guys, I'm going to step away for a little while here. Um, I'll keep an eye on things. If there's some non-trivial movement in the NFL, I should be right back. Thank you everybody for turning out. Thank you everybody for hanging around. Been a fun Friday so far, and not over yet. Not over yet. But I'll see you guys soon. Okay, we are back. What's up, people? So, I believe two things happened while I was gone. Chiefs signed Mike Edwards, former Buccaneers safety. And and this guy was actually on my radar a little bit. Minnesota signs defensive lineman Dean Lowry from the Packers. So he comes actually off my tier list. How's everybody doing, by the way? We still have no further financial information. Oh, the Chiefs got Tranquil? I don't. Hold on, let me see here. I missed it. How did I not see that? Oh, Browns signed Jordan Atkins. Unknown money. Aha! Yeah, Kansas City Tranquil. Ooh, that's actually kind of a big one. Only 1 year, 5 million for him, huh? I might have done that. Salary was 2 years, 8.5. Okay, let's put that up there. There we go. Okay. So a few things did happen while I was gone, but like very, very little. Dang. Anderson, Cansey, and Simpson with our first three picks. I think that's unlikely. I think Cansey goes before 20 and Simpson goes before 37. I would not expect that to work out that way personally. Okay, Tranquil comes off the board. Atkins was 2 years, money unknown. All right, beautiful. I think J.K. Scott got signed by somebody, but he's a punter, whatever. I'm having this. Basically, it's like this dish we've been trying to do once a week, where it's like sausage and then assorted vegetables. It's really good, actually. I've really enjoyed it the few times we've done it. Okay, so defensive. Okay, nose tackle situation still the same. Defensive end situation still the same, except no Dean Lowry. We're starting to run out of linebackers that are particularly intriguing. Yeah, we still don't even have the full contract details of Jay Reed, Jaron Reed. Like, I don't know why. Don't know why they are being so cryptic. But anyway, guys, home stretch now. We got 2 hours left. Was checking my phone every half hour to make sure I didn't miss anything big. Biggest thing I missed was, I guess, Lowry and Tranquil, but they weren't even on the screen. Those guys were low on my tier list. It's just past 3 o'clock. I can only show the top of the tier list. I can't show the whole thing. I can just show what's on top here. Yeah, Reed played 3-4 defensive end in Green Bay. Yeah, Steven, but we don't know the exact terms of the contract. That's not enough information for us to make a full judgment. Guys, we're not trading Jamal Adams. Nobody would trade for him. Nobody. Would you trade for him? Would you? I kind of feel like Wagner is a guy who might not even sign until after the draft at this point. Maybe he's just hanging back. Over the cap is down. That makes sense. You know, everyone's using it right now. I like Spotrac better anyway, but Spotrac, I think, had slightly inaccurate information. Yeah, J.K. Scott to the Chargers? Okay, I'll throw that up just for fun. Hi. I mean, the worst one's definitely Reed. The best one's probably Brown just because of that insanely good contract. That contract is off the chain, man. 2 years, 4 million. Okay. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. DeMar Hamlin's going to play football again. Wow. Mike Edwards 1-3. Yeah. I wouldn't have minded Dean Lowry, by the way, although he would have been another. He's probably about as good as Jay Reed, Jaron Reed. So we don't necessarily need more guys on that level. Still have about 43 players left on my tier list unsigned. Some of them are not super interesting now, like the centers, but we paid Brown so little. I think we could sign another big center and it wouldn't be the most shocking thing in the world. Oh, absolutely, Vincent. Definitely. I'm surprised we did the Julian Love thing. That implies that we have a lot more money we're willing to spend because it was said that we're still looking at defensive linemen. I think the implication there is that we still got defensive linemen we want to sign. Like I do still have a few left on my tier lists. 2 years, 6.7. Belichick mostly likes him for special teams, so he's kind of like Nick Bellore. He got a kind of a similar contract to Nick Bellore too. Yeah, we can't move off of Disley, guys. Hey, Empower. Yeah, I had to get back on here for the last 2 hours. I didn't miss a ton. It looks like there were basically 6 signings that happened while I was gone, and 2 of them were relevant to my interests. I don't want to trade for Eckler. That's what I'm wondering. That's part of the reason why I wanted to make sure I was here for these last couple hours, because we do like to make moves later in the day. Well, no, Pedro. Free agency kind of goes on forever. But these are the first 5 days. This is when a lot of the big name guys get signed. Like Let me hop on over to Spotrac real quick here. If I pull up like the list of free agents on Spotrac, sorted by money, you can see that pretty much all the top guys got signed. If there are only a few top guys left, like Leonard Floyd, Frank Clark, Chosen Anderson, Zach Cunningham, Marcus Peters, Ngakwe, Schultz, like a lot of the top guys are gone. So it was just a 1 week event, basically. Biggest overpay of the whole window by any team? Maybe Jawan Taylor? Maybe Jawan Taylor. Alvin Tomlinson got way more than I thought he would. Glinchy isn't as overpaid as Jawan Taylor. Botrack thinks Leonard Floyd gets 14 million a year. There's no way I'm interested in doing that. Not even close. Garoppolo got overpaid like crazy. I know that. Apparently, the Titans and Kevin Byard are at a crossroads and look like they're going to be parting ways. Titans need to blow this sucker up completely. Not at that price. I don't want Leonard Floyd. Dev Dog, you have done it again. Dev Dog has done it one more time, guys. $99.99 super chat. Thank you, Dev Dog. You've done it again for the third day in a row. Even though I took a 2 hour break, people still show up and show out. How many sacks do you think DT would have if we got Carter at 5? I think Carter would immediately make our overall D line one of the best in the league. I mean, he got 9.5 last year, right? Mm. Well, here's the thing. I think he's going to lose some playing time to Maffei this year. So I think he would probably get like 10 or 11. Not too much more than he did last year, but he would do well for himself. But for all we know, we're going to also draft another edge player that takes away his playing time. Okay. So that means we are now past $250 in super chats. So the meter has been filled completely. Awesome. Thank you very much. Ooh, Jaguars are bringing back Trey Herndon. Okay, I'm pretty sure that guy's here to cause trouble, so he's out of here. Well, no, Natty, it's not really a goal, and I didn't hit it every day. It's not a goal. It's more like it's just like a tracker. I wasn't expecting to ever really hit it, but I did hit it a couple times, which is pretty amazing. But we did phenomenally well this week. Bottom line, stuff was pretty awesome. I think Love is going to play nickel corner, Jamez. Yeah. I don't mind the 3-3-5 defense. It's the two down linemen that I hate. Two down linemen is no bueno. 3-3-5 is fine. I don't think Nolan Smith is top 10. He might be a little closer to it than I'm giving him credit for right now. Kevin Beard. I mean, who are the Titans? Why are the Titans so money strapped? They got rid of so many of their players. Like, why are they so money strapped? Like, okay, Tannehill's still on a fairly sizable deal. Derrick Henry, I guess, but he's a running back. He's not making that much money. Yeah, I like Greg Gaines a lot. But anyway, let's think about the defensive line if we got Jalen Carter. It would be Draymond Jones, Jalen Carter, and then a nose tackle who's not very good. So we still need to upgrade there. Mike Tag, thank you for the $50 tip. Oh boy, that is the biggest tip of the week. That's going up on the leaderboard all day. Appreciate all your knowledge and info regarding the cap. I say if Carter is available at 5, I assume he means if Carter is available at 5, you take him. Um, I mean, I get it, but I'm never not going to be nervous about it, man. I just really hope all this stuff is just like a really ugly coincidence for him. But anyway, it would be Carter and Draymond Jones starting at end. Right now, the starting D tackle is Al Woods, which is not anywhere close to being good enough. But we need to acquire somebody. Um, and then backing them up would be Reed and probably Miles Adams, and then backup nose tackle is Monet. So, still needs some work. I still don't think it's one of the best. But, hey, there are a lot of nose tackles in this draft that I've really grown to like. Keanu Benton and Mozzie Smith are both pretty OP. There's not a nose tackle. I wouldn't mind trading for Jeffrey Simmons, but it might be hard to pay him right now. We need to get out of the Jamal Adams. We need to get out of the Jamal Adams contract albatross before we can start thinking about doing things like that. In all likelihood, Braden Fiocco, Chargers backup. We need for nose tackle. I don't know that much about him. No, Tanner Muse is currently a free agent. Tanner Muse currently a free agent. I've heard we might bring him back, but it's unclear. He might start the year on the practice squad too, by the way. Because Van Ness is not a nose is an edge player. I like Cansey more than Brissy. Jamal's not retiring, guys. He would sit on the bench and collect his money if it came to it. Remember, he did get injured playing football. It's not like he got injured slipping on a McDonald's bag at his house or something. Miles Adams got tendered, yeah, which I'm pretty happy about. Yeah, in order for the Shelby cut and release to make sense, he would have to take a lot less. And it doesn't seem like he'd be willing to do that. But who knows? Maybe he'll get out there and find out nobody likes him, and he'll just be like, okay, who's ever willing to give me a couple $1,000,000? It seems like we're going to be happy drafting a couple running backs. Bijan's not going to be there at 20. Charbonnet could be there in the second all day, yeah. Charbonnet works. I like Roshan Johnson a lot. There are other guys too, like Evan Hull, you could get really late. Bijan's going to be gone by 15 for sure, I think. Yeah, JKX, I think that's got to be the standard at this point. If we don't, something went wrong. Okay. Apparently, the Jets were thinking about trading for Stafford if Rodgers didn't go through. Is Ashawn still going to be hurt by the time the season starts? I doubt it. Who will trade for Jonah Williams? The Chiefs need a left tackle, don't they? Well, they couldn't do it though. It's only 3:30. Yeah, I still wouldn't mind signing Dearness Johnson. He should be super cheap, and he's got plenty of tread left on his tires. Draft Trenton Simpson at 20. I really like him, and I don't think he'll be there at 37. I'm a big Trenton Simpson fan. Oh yeah, guys. Just a quick shout out. Later tonight, I think I'm going to be streaming Horizon Forbidden West over on Twitch. So I'm going to post the link to my Twitch in chat. You can click follow over there and get alerted whenever I go live. I'm probably streaming it tonight, and either way, I'm definitely going to be streaming it some over the weekend. So head on over there. Hey, Reggae. Earl was definitely better than Diggs. Earl was better than Diggs for sure. Pretty good, Tariq. Chase Stern, thank you for the member message. Member for 8 months. Do you think we should trade for Chase Young? I'm I'm not impressed with Chase Young. As far as I'm concerned, he's a bust. Till further notice, Chase Young is a bust. I mean, that's possible business. We could keep him beyond the current contract. Hey, Ariel. Ed Hart, thank you for the member message for 3 months. Happy St. Patrick's Day, Brendan. Go Hawks. Yes, it is St. Patrick's Day. No, Silas. Some stuff around the league for sure, like Drew Tranquil and Dean Lowry are off the board. Mm-hmm. No, we still don't know the Bush money. Some people said 4 million, but I've seen it from one source, and it's not any kind of an official source. Mm-mm. Jalen Hurts is probably the best QB in the NFC, but it's debatable. Yeah, Lonnie. We don't really need Lonnie Johnson now, though, because we got Julian Love. Well, Arizona's GM and coach has changed, so I wouldn't expect their previous tendencies to carry any weight now. They can't trade Kyler. There's too much guarantees. Can't be done. And Minshew signed with the Colts a little bit ago. No, I wasn't gone for over 2 hours. It gets exhausting sometimes, fatty mother. It does. Still no new news. We are 15 minutes away from 4 o'clock. Ending at about 5. No, Bobby stuff is real quiet. And at this point, I'm kind of thinking he might not even sign until after the draft. Let's see here. We do need a little more outside corner depth, I guess. We're pretty good at the top, but we need a little bit of depth. That is a fair point to make. I don't think we're going to get Ringo now that we got Love. Now it doesn't make any sense to me. Bobby's making the Hall of Fame easily. He's probably a top 5 inside linebacker to ever play. If he doesn't make the Hall of Fame, a lot of people need to get the hell out of the Hall of Fame. Okay, less than 10 minutes until 4 o'clock. All right, I've gotten a tip from an anonymous tipper just now. When a sparrow flies in the classroom, the best teachers put down the books and begin teaching about sparrows. I liked how your stream went off the rails yesterday with people asking about your list of 600 plus video games. You were wise not to fight it. Yeah, I mean, we're sitting here streaming all week long. I think it's I think it should be understood very much so that you're not always going to be talking about football. The running back that I like is Dearness Johnson. Sugar Glider's asleep. That gets us to $69 in tips right now. So I imagine a lot of people are going to want to not tip anymore because 69 is a great number to end on. Yannick would kind of confuse me because I wouldn't know how we use them. Okay, guys, I'm going to refill my water for this last hour and hope the Seahawks actually do what they usually do and make moves around 4 o'clock. See you guys shortly. All right, we're back. Just in time for me to kick this idiot out of here. All right. So, it's 4 o'clock. Nothing new yet. Oh, did the Titans officially do it? Did the Titans do it? I don't see anything yet. See, when I do this, you can really tell the frame rate's not doing so well. I don't know why it's like this, too. I should be getting like a pretty clean 30 frames. I think most people are pretty good with the Julian Love thing. It's a lot less than I thought he was going to get. He got 6 mil a year for 2 years. Spotrac thought he was getting 8 million for 5, and PFF thought he was getting 8.5 million for 3. I still think the Bobby thing has a pretty good chance of happening, man. You know, Denzel Perryman actually had an excellent run grade last year. Yeah, it was actually much better than his coverage grade even. Let me let me see this. So Devin Bush had a really low missed tackle rate last year. And Perryman had a really high missed tackle rate. It was like top 20 out of 90 qualifying run defenders. His stop percentage was really high, though. 10.8%. Devin Bush was like smack dab in the middle. Average depth of tackle. Perryman was 35th, so slightly above average. Devin Bush was slightly below average. I think Bobby's a significant upgrade still over what we had last year. And there's something to be said for the veteran guidance he can offer a guy like Devin Bush. I mean, we have to draft at least one linebacker, right? Right now, I think we're handcuffed to it. As of right now, our week one starting linebackers are Devin Bush and John Radigan. That's not okay. Wow, Sam Neill has cancer. Thank you, Nathan. When Bobby was still a Seahawk, you said you didn't want him back at any price. What changed? Mostly what's changed is just the fact that the guys we had behind him have failed to develop or are gone. Like Barton is gone. BBK is gone. Brooks is gone for at least the start of the year, and I don't have much hope for Brooks becoming a great player at this point. Last year was about finding out if the guys we had behind Bobby were worthwhile or not. And the answer is no, not really. Barton's gone, BBK's gone, and Brooks is. I don't think Brooks is ever going to be anything other than like average, maybe slightly above average. And it was way too much money also for Wagner, honestly. Especially at that time when we didn't have the means to significantly upgrade the defensive line yet. Now that we are going to upgrade the defensive line, getting guys like Draymond Jones and some guys in the draft, and even Jay Reed is probably an upgrade over what we had last year. Should be a little bit better now, more reasonable. All right, 51 minutes. Bobby and Denzel Perryman, I think, are the best linebackers left. PFF showed you how often players lined up in certain positions. I don't think they do. Yeah, Love was supposed to get way more than this, so I can't. I mean, that element of it alone makes me like it a lot. Donald Parham got 2 years, 2.65. Wow, that's really good for a guy who adds any kind of value. Like I'm looking at the like I'm looking at the depth chart for the Seahawks as of right now. It's like running back depth, wide receiver depth, interior offensive line depth, defensive line depth, linebacker depth is all kind of still code red. Even cornerback depth, arguably. Still a decent amount of code red on my depth chart here. I don't know, B plus. We're getting some real bargains here. I'm pretty happy after the Love signing and the Brown signing. All right. Number one need in the draft, linebacker and defensive line. If I had to pick one that's bigger, it's probably linebacker. Maffei's not an inside linebacker. I'm talking about inside linebacker. Outside linebacker is more or less fine. Tariq, I would argue we kind of are. There's no way we can go into 2023 with our inside linebackers. Like right now, our starting inside linebackers are going to be Devin Bush and John Radigan until Jordan Brooks heals up. That's really, really bad. That's code red. We have zero depth on the inside of the defensive line. It was a good free agency period, but there's still work to be done. The good news is we have more picks than the average team, right? We got more picks than the average team. So it's easier to take care of that. Oh, Packers keep their safety Rudy Ford for relatively cheap. I don't know, Nathan. That's kind of a random trade. I'm not a big Tyreek Smith fan. I mean, honestly, a lot of teams run nickel a vast majority of the time. I don't have a problem with that. Nickel is the way of the future. JS, I'm probably doing Horizon Forbidden West tonight. Haynes starting at guard is okay. I'm not crazy about it, but it's okay. No Jaden Cruz. Well, I know that the Titans are making a tough decision on him. I don't. Have they made a decision? To my knowledge, they haven't. We're not going to convert Jamal Adams to linebacker. We might put him there every now and then, like we used to, but we've always done that. Yeah, by the time I get to Elden Ring, the DLC might already be. When does the Elden Ring DLC come out? By the time I get to Elden Ring, the DLC might already be out. I can just play it. Having sausage and vegetables. No dates yet? Oh, okay. I thought it was coming out soon. Mm, still no news. Hooping Bear, I don't really care what Top Villain thinks about anything. I gotta be honest. Yeah, I thought it was gonna cost more too, BK. Absolutely. I would do linebacker at 20 for sure. I've been to Disneyland, but it's been well over 20 years. It's been quite some time. Oh yeah, I gotta play Forbidden West tonight, or at least over the weekend, because Lance Reddick voices Silence in both those games, both Horizon games. I would take Henley out of Washington State for sure. Wow, he played Wesker in the Resident Evil TV show that got canceled very quickly. No, Bear, I'm going to say it again. I don't really care what Top Billing thinks, so I'm going to form my own take on the situation. And right now, I'm pretty neutral on Jalen Carter. If we draft him at number 5, I'm not going to be upset, but I am going to be concerned for sure. Tyree Wilson at 5. I think you could trade down a little bit and still get him, but I like Tyree Wilson a lot. All it takes for Will Anderson to fall to us is for him to all that takes is for him to Arizona to trade out of it. We're not taking a quarterback at any point in this draft except for very late, I think. Oh, tiers? Okay. No problem, Mike McGee. I'll make Sea Dragons videos for every game this year. I don't know, Mike McGee. It's a little too easy, I think, to pick up the 4th and 15. Guys, yeah, I'm shutting down the top bill and stuff. It's taking over the chat. I'm putting a stop to it right now. This happens every time. Every time somebody brings him up, it's like a virus. It just takes over the whole chat. Hooping Bear, I've said everything that I care to say about the Jalen Carter thing as of right now. I got nothing else to say about it. I don't even really understand what you're asking for. Nothing going on. There's a big difference between giving a drunk driving QB $3.5 million on a 1 year deal and spending the number 5 overall pick on a guy with this many red flags. There is a difference. Oh. Yeah, Dev Dog, it's been an incredible run. Blythe was good before last year, though. Blythe was actually pretty good before last year. Is Kareem Hunt a free agent? Like, completely free, or is he? Do you have to trade for him? The thing is, we need 2 running backs. 26 minutes left, and it does seem like things are just dead right now. Yeah, there were some things that were good about Blythe, but they didn't make up for what he wasn't very good at, is the thing. I would love to draft Mozzie. He's one of my favorites. The odds of Gino getting suspended for the DUI at this point is virtually nil. My understanding is that the charges were dropped, and even if they're not dropped, I seriously doubt the league is going to do anything about it now. That would be extremely random. Nothing going on. Nothing going on. I don't know. People were asking about it, man. Wait, the stream crashed? Not on my end. Everything looks good over here. Check, 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 check. Okay, stream's fine. Pooping Bear, do you have a source to back any of that up? Because that's the first I'm hearing of it. Are you sure you're not just making that up? Because I haven't heard anything to that effect. All right. I think that guy's here just to try to waste my time. It's been exhausting, Carson. I have enough viewers in here. I don't need to waste my time with the people trying to waste my time. All right. Come on. 22 minutes left. The most improved team has to be the Bears, right? Like, they were the worst team in the league, so they have nowhere to go but up, and they signed all those guys. I'm pretty happy with it, Barry. I think it kind of has to be Matthew Curtis. They're having sausage and vegetables, I think. Yeah, I think Julian Love will play nickel here mostly. Ray Diggs just tweeted again, talking about Wagner. Oh, yeah, Nardo. am honestly thinking Wagner doesn't sign till after the draft at this point. He's going to wait and see what the league looks like after the draft and then make a decision, which is not ideal, but it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Of course I will. I'll be doing the all 3 days of the draft, Vincent. We've never paid a free agent as much as we paid Draymond Jones ever. Not in an average annual value sense. So I don't know if I'm actually going to stream on Twitch tonight, by the way, guys. Just to let you guys know, it's a possibility. I'll probably tweet about it later today, but I'm not sure yet. It's like 6 weeks away or something. I don't want to give Uchenna like the 3-year deal, so 2 extra years. It's a sucker. Guys, free agency never really ends. Free agency doesn't ever really end, guys. It's just this is the first week of it. You know what's funny? The live stream I did for the first day of free agency, the Monday stream, has the most views of any of my free agency streams, even though that's literally the day we didn't do anything. Uh, 15 minutes. I think the Love signing is great. It's for a lot less than expected, and he's going to do a bunch of different things on this defense that are valuable. Probably will, Tariq. I probably only a couple though. They were fun last year. He did it. I mean, it probably affects Jamal's role, but I don't believe it'll affect his playing time unless, it was going to be affected anyway by injury, right? Yeah, we're not drafting a quarterback now. There's no way. Oh, boy. McGovern's still out there. I doubt we sign a center now, though. I'll bet we are good and we draft a center. And we'll have two centers, Brown and the draft guy. By the way, the actual number of subscriptions to the channel right now is 12,629. So we've made incredibly strong progress towards 13,000. We might get there. I don't know if we will, but we have a chance. The fact that we're even going to come close is kind of crazy. We don't need a draft to tackle Bawa. All right, guys, I got 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Ryan Neal's still here, yeah, for the moment. Devin Bush was like 11 p.m., I think. The ZXKUQIB, thank you for the $2. Old Hawks fan since 79. We'll draft Carter at 5. I kind of feel like that's the way this ends up going, but there's so much information that we don't have access to that Schneider does, and he's going to make that decision. All right, see you later, Tariq. Okay, 10 minutes. Love is a lot of different things. I think for this first year, he's going to be a nickel corner. And then next year, he might take over at free safety and Ryan Neal becomes strong. That's the thing here, guys. That's the thing to think about. Next year, Adams and Diggs might both be gone. Adams and Diggs might both be gone next year. And then Neal can take over for strong safety and Love can take over for free safety potentially. So think about it like that. Both, Pedro. Neal and Love cuts it plenty, Jermaine Knowles. That's no problem. Don't sleep on them. Neil played very well last year, and Love has had a pretty good fourth year with the Giants. And overall, a decent career. He wasn't very good when Joe Judge was there, but I think, the Joe Judge era is going to be like the dark ages looking back. Love is nice, yeah. Having sausage and vegetables tonight for dinner. All right, 7 minutes until 5 o'clock. I'm not a big fan of chip flavors. Salt and vinegar is okay sometimes, but most of the time it's way too strong. Nicholas, oh, I'm sorry. The ZXKUQYB. Okay, Z. Thank you for the $5. Call me Z. Is Adams going to be used at linebacker and who at 19 if Wag signs? Well, I don't think signing Wagner would necessarily change your plans for the draft because he's a short term solution. I don't think Adams is going to be used at linebacker that much. He will be used some like he was before, but not exclusively. So I think you are looking at a situation where the most likely outcome is that it depends on who's there, right? Like, I still think you need to draft a linebacker even if you sign Wagner because Wagner is so old. But you could still take a defensive lineman. You could take maybe a center even, although I kind of doubt it at this point. But I would go with something like that. Nicholas Cahoon, thank you for the 19.99. Thanks for the awesome week, Brendan. Well, thank you for supporting Nicholas. Appreciate that. Irish Seahawk, thank you for the 4.99. Thanks for everything this week, Brendan. It's been fun. It's been interesting. Obviously, I haven't been on stream literally the entire 40 hours I've been on stream, but I've spent a lot of time on stream and it's been interesting for sure. Casey Brown, thank you for the $1.99. Sugar Glider, video games, and Hawks. Great week, thanks. Yeah, Casey Brown, it was definitely a successful week. Do you think Adams looks a bit thicker? It would make sense, right? If he can't work out the way he usually does, you're going to gain weight. I wouldn't be worried about it. I wouldn't read too much into it. It's probably just a matter of he hasn't been able to work out lately. Natty, are you going to do this again next year? Yes, Natty Light, definitely. I'm going to do it every year as long as I'm running this channel, I think. It goes really well. People like it. The channel blows up. I think so, yeah. Pedro Mendoza, thank you for the $1.99. Thanks for the streams, bro. Thank you for your support, Pedro. Yeah. Yeah, Diggs is pretty one dimensional, but he's very good at that. But I think this year might be the last year for Diggs. We save a lot of money if we release him next year. Hey, seriously, Robert? I don't see anything about that, Robert Deccan. Where are you seeing that? Not seeing anything official about the Puna Ford thing. Hold on. Let me look around here real quick. Wait, what kind of Chargers? What kind of defense do the Chargers run? Just a crappy gamer. Thank you for the $1.99. Do you like trading back with the Titans to get Cansey? Yeah, that's actually what I did in my last mock. 3-4? Yeah, why would the Chargers even want Puna? I don't think he's a fit for a 3-4 defense even remotely. Yeah, they still have Staley's 3-4. But yeah, I would totally trade back with the Titans to get Cansey. You'd have to get creative, but you might even be able to get like Jeffrey Simmons in the trade. And then what? And like, what now? What now? You got Cansey, Simmons, and you could still take somebody like Brissy. Now you've got a real defensive line. Well, I think it's all a moot point because I think the Puna Ford thing isn't real. I'm not seeing anything anywhere on Twitter. Yeah, I'm hoping we can release Monet. That dude is super useless, but because he tore his ACL, it's possible we won't be able to. I don't know. I don't know how this stuff works. Brandon Nimmo got injured sliding into second base. What is going on with the Mets, man? Now first Diaz, now this. Okay, 5 o'clock. It is now officially 5 o'clock and nothing has happened. Carson Schroer, thank you for the 9.99. Once again, appreciate the excellent coverage all week. I'm fired up for the draft and about the team we're building for 2023 and beyond. Always great to see the channel keep growing. You the GOAT. Thank you, Carson. I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Just a crappy gamer, thank you for the 4.99. Maybe trade includes their first in Simmons and maybe a third for our first and a second. Ooh, here comes the member flood, people. Here comes the member flood of the renewals. There are going to be at least a handful of these, I think. Ooh, we got lucky. Maybe there was only one. Maybe trading. I think you could do first for their first, Simmons, and a third. I think that would take care of it. That should be plenty for a team in that situation. Okay. Excuse me. Okay. Good evening, everybody. We have reached the end of Free Agency Frenzy Week. 5 straight days of almost all day streaming, trying to capture all of the exciting happenings of NFL Free Agency Frenzy. And there was a lot of stuff that went on across the league, of course. There was a lot of stuff that happened pretty much every day in the streams. These last 2 days maybe a little bit less than the first three, but there was constant movement, constant action, and we captured most of it live on stream. And the Seahawks, regardless of how you personally feel about their moves, were more active in free agency than they've been in a very long time, I think is fair to say. So it was a fruitful week of streaming. We had a lot of fun. We talked about all kinds of different things. We talked about other teams. We talked about other sports. We talked about video games. We talked about all kinds of stuff. We had a ton of fun, and I'm happy I did it. I will be doing it again next year, almost certainly. We are going to definitely look to find more opportunities to do things like this, where I'm just able to sit here and stream for long periods of time. The attendance was great throughout, pretty much. Obviously, that first day was the really active day because there was so much excitement around what was going on in free agency on that first day because all the big stuff was about to come off the board. But overall, it was a great week of streaming. People were very supportive. And like I said, I'm going to definitely look to do this again in the future for future years. And I would consider this to be one of the high points, one of the highlights of running this channel, this channel over year after year after year. The free agency frenzy week. Definitely going to continue to keep it up going on. So today, to sum up what happened today in the NFL, it was slower. There weren't any huge moves, really. Nothing massively earth-shattering overall, I don't think. A lot of I didn't see any of my top free agents go off the board today. There were some guys who were on my board who went off, guys like Dean Lowry, guys like Drew Tranquill, but the top guys just kind of, they're still out there. And at this point, the fact that they still haven't signed, it makes you wonder, are they just going to wait till after the draft to see, okay, who needs me? Who's going to give me the most money? Where can I actually get playing time? Like, a guy like a Bobby Wagner, who we know wants to win. I know everyone's asking about Bobby, and I'll just use him as an example. He wants to win. Bobby Wagner wants to win. So he doesn't want to get screwed like he did last year, going to a team that he thought was going to win and ended up being one of the worst teams in the league. So don't be surprised if some of these remaining guys do not sign until after the draft. Now, as for what the Seahawks did today, it was really only one move, but it was a pretty big one. It happened earlier today. We signed safety Julian Love from the New York Giants to a 2-year, $12 million deal. That is a lot less than I thought he was going to get. Most sites had him getting about $8 to $8.5 million a year. I think Spotrac had like 5 years, $8 million. PFF had 3 years, $8.5 million, something like that. So we got him at a heavy discount from expectations, which is great. And this guy, he does it all. He's a free safety. He's a strong safety. He's a nickel corner. In college, I think he played outside corner. So he gives you a lot of flexibility. I think this first year you are looking at him playing nickel corner for us mostly. And then next year, the year after, 2024, maybe he moves to safety when we move off of guys like Adams and Diggs, which I do think is going to happen. So he's going to wear a lot of different hats for this defense, a lot of different hats for this team. I think it's a nice pickup here. I'm really happy about it. I hope that we can keep Ryan Neal as well, because those two guys can be the future at safety. Two guys who are going to be reasonably priced and effective. We can move past this era of ridiculously overpaying for our safeties. And yeah, I think that signing is pretty great. I think that it's been a pretty fruitful free agency period. The things that you could be critical of are present, of course. The lack of long-term deals, the lack of void years to stretch out the cap hits. That's not great. I don't really love that. That's why we are sitting here right now with, according to most sources, a rather limited amount of money. But at the end of the day, it was still the best free agency we've had in a long time in terms of just volume. Draymond Jones has the biggest outside free agent contract the Seahawks have ever handed out, to my knowledge. Honestly, the Julian Love contract, while it's not long-term and it's not huge, it is significant. This is not some, depth signing of a backup safety who never really did anything where he's been before. There's a lot to love about this free agency, I think. The Evan Brown contract was insanely good value. He signed a contract that is not radically different from the contract that Kyle Fuller got last year. And who is Kyle Fuller? A bad backup. So when you look at it like that, it's been a pretty phenomenal free agency period for the Seahawks, I think. Today, obviously, there was the only one big move, but it was a pretty big one, I think. That guy is going to play a very significant role with this team for the duration of his contract, I believe. So now the question is, where does the team stand? Because the first week of free agency, look, there are plenty of guys who are still available. There are plenty of good guys who you can still pick up. You can still get Bobby Wagner. You can still get Matt Ioannidis. You can still get Greg Gaines, A'Shawn Robinson. Odell Beckham Jr. is still out there. There are guys. Don't get me wrong. There are still plenty of guys out there. Frank Clark. Um, even a guy like Derek Neondy from Kansas City. Pretty good. Denzel Perryman. There are still ways to improve all 32 teams out there, and the Seahawks are no exception. But at this point, we have to have a pretty good idea of how the team is going to look going into the draft. The good news is we have more draft capital than typical. We have extra draft capital compared to previous years. So we can address more in the draft than average. So I'm not too concerned about having problems with the roster going into the draft because we have extra picks. However, the question is, how pigeonholed are we going to be into doing certain things? How forced are we going to be to take like a linebacker? I'm going to make a video about this probably tomorrow morning, but basically the way I see it, there are still some areas on this team that we are kind of pigeonholed into going after in the draft. And that's okay. You just have to actually make sure you follow through. You have to make sure you actually draft at those positions, but that's not necessarily a super desirable place to be. That's not exactly the place you want to be mentally going into the draft, thinking we have to take guys at these positions or else. But as always, there are going to be some guys, some good guys who are free agents even after the draft. So there's always going to be opportunities to shape your roster even better. And overall, I'd say this free agency was a success, especially if you consider the hypothetical handicap that a team that is going to be sold soon may have, if you buy into that. If you accept that that is probably the case with this Seahawks team right now, which I think it's hard to deny that this team is looking to be sold soon. I mean, Jody Allen basically admitted it, and there may not be as much flexibility as there is typically financially because of that. And if that's the case, then we're doing the best that we can. Yeah, so it was a great week. I had a pretty good day. I still have a lot of guys in free agency that I would still like, and as those guys come off the board, if they go to the Seahawks especially, I'll make videos about it. But that is the end of the week of live streaming. It was a really great week overall, man. It was a really great week overall, and I'm excited to see where this team goes. I'm pretty happy with what they did, and hopefully we can do this again next year. We'll be doing this again in the draft. See you guys then. Go Hawks. Okay, let me see here. I missed a couple super chats. Dude used to be a big gamer based on some of the ones you listed. We like the same style games. Lady is a town for the weekend. Lady is out of town for the weekend recommendations. Tim Sully, thank you for the $5. Um, I play all different kinds of games for the most part. Um, really like the Dead Space remake, and you could probably beat it in a weekend if you really wanted to. I was really impressed with the Dead Space remake. That would be my favorite recent game. Fun P, thank you for the $1.99. Thanks for great coverage, Brendan. Thank you for the support, Fun P. Okay, so I'm going to get this video uploaded here. I'll leave the stream running for a couple more minutes just in case something goes down while I'm getting this uploaded. I'm in no rush to get out of here this particular evening. I don't want Odell, but he's an example of a big name that is still out there. I don't want Odell at all. Apparently, he wants 20 million a year. I don't know if he's worth two. Ugh. Okay. Okay. Okay, people are leaving the stream pretty quickly here. So, yeah, 5:15. I think that's going to do it, guys. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for having fun. Thanks for supporting. Thanks for engaging and all that. I will see you guys. Well, I'm going to post a video in a second here. I'll see you guys on Twitch tonight, maybe. I'll see you guys in the morning. And, yeah. Go Hawks. Great week. Was a lot of fun.